Good morning, 44 Trading Room. Hi, traders. Hi, team. Hi, Clifton, Scott. Nice to see everyone. I hope you had a great, relaxing weekend and ready for trading start. First, I would say full week of 2025 trading, but that would not be true because, as you know, last week I mentioned you that this Thursday is going to be an offsite, like the stock exchange is going to be closed, the room is going to be closed as well as for an honor for Jimmy Carter, the president who just passed away lately. So this is going to be a quite of a bank holiday on the 9th of January, which is the Thursday. But until then, seems like we have a very bullish market so far. Hi, Vincent. Good morning to you. Hi, Lee. Good morning. Hi, Brian. Nice to see you. Tara, long time. I guess you had a nice holiday, right? Happy New Year for the ones who I have not met yet in 2025. Hi, Scott V. Hola, Lionel. ¿Cómo estás? Nice to see you. Okay, guys. Now let's see what kind of week we're going to get this this shortened week. Seems like my screen sharing it's not working. Why? Strange. Just a second. Whiteboard working. Okay. I just okay, switch off the camera and seems like it's working. My camera and the screen sharing it's not going very well together. Okay, guys. So indeed, hi Victor. Good morning to you. Hi, Dor. Good morning in the guidance room as well. Of course, in like 20 minutes, I'm going to join you and trade there for an hour. So traders, even we have a quite of a shortened week, but we will get some economic news starting with today, 9:45, final services PMI, 10 o'clock factory orders we will get, and even a pre-market volume is here, as I mentioned you already, especially on some great chip stocks news like a Foxconn earnings. It was just a really nice one, which boosting the chip stocks and the SOX as well. The SOXL, it's up a lot as I've seen. Chinese stocks are higher, EV stocks are higher, Trump's tariffs news too. So we are not going to have a boring day for sure today. So as I mentioned you on the economic side, we will get 10 at 9:45 final services PMI, 10 o'clock factory orders, and at 9:30 actually FOMC member Cook, she's going to speak. So let's just be careful with the start. Anyway, we are always a little bit more cautious on Mondays. You know, the first 30 minutes is usually quite volatile. And then today, or tomorrow, sorry, we will see the ISM services PMI and even the job openings. So this week is again, the labor market is going to be in the spotlight. As you know, the Fed is following the numbers very closely. On Wednesday, we will get FOMC member speakers like Waller, she's speaking at 8:30. Unemployment claims, ADP non-farm employment change. As I've told you, FOMC meeting minutes at 2 p.m. So quite of a busy Wednesday. Thursday is off. And Friday, more economic news, especially on the labor market, plus consumer sentiment and inflation expectation. So despite of being a shortened week, seems like it's going to be a very exciting and very volatile week, I would say. Let's see. If we just check the SPY and the triple Q, both of them are extremely strong at the moment already. As I mentioned you, the bullish sentiment just arrived or get back to the market on Friday. As you can see on Friday, both of the indices just made a beautiful comeback on the bullish side, and seems like this is just stretching higher, 105% already higher on the triple Q, and I must tell you, even a 530, it's in the cards for today. It's a very strong start in the pre-market, and the SPY is the same strong, a little bit weaker, though 0.80%, but the same possible reversal on the daily chart. I would say until we are not going to break a new all-time high on the market, I don't think so we can say that this is definitely big start for the bullish market. Guys, sorry, my camera is going to be off because it just doesn't like the screen share now. Okay, let's see the news. Well, as I mentioned we had already some interesting news regarding especially the chip stocks, as the Foxconn record revenue for the fourth quarter just boosted all of the biggest chip stocks. So TSM, Micron Technology, NVIDIA, AMD, Broadcom, like AVGO, which is DVG's one favorite stock. I'm just going to put it on the long side. As I see, Scott already posted his list, and as I see, all of the great semicon stocks or chip stocks are included. I'm just going to start my long list with them. So NVIDIA, I'm going to watch SMCI, and that's it. The rest is already there, TSM, and I'm sure DVG, if he's going today, then he's going to get AVGO. So I'm going to get NVIDIA and SMCI to the list. All right. Almost all of the big tech stocks are nicely to the green side too, not even mentioning the Chinese stocks traders. PDD, BABA, beautifully up. So I'm going to call PDD to the long side here as well. I'm just checking still. NVIDIA 2.72% higher. PDD actually 7% higher. Pinterest, it's nicely up 2.46. Also PLTR, it's quite weak. PLTR is down 1.26%. It can be quite of a profit taking so far. I'm going to watch this stock because it's a bit extended to the upside. Also, it just showed a very nice recovery on Friday as well. But PLTR is going to be not completely on my short list. Rather, I would say on the secondary list, I'm going to watch PLTR. What is the next step on there? Okay. EV stocks, as I mentioned, they're just moving, especially XPEV. By the way, the Chinese electric vehicle maker is just 4% higher, as they just announced that they're planning to expand its partnership with Volkswagen in China, with both companies opening their super fast charging networks in the country to other customers. So this is definitely a great plan for XPV. Also, as far as I remember, XPV, it's a little bit low price stock already, like pulled back to the $3, or no, that was the NEO, sorry. I just always mixing these two stocks, NEO and XPV. But so far seems like a very nice move to the upside, 5% higher, and it's going to be on my list because this can be, despite of being a lower price stock, this can be a quite of a nice mover trader. So I'm going to watch this as well. On the international side, what I've seen, it's European stocks, which are just higher as autos jump 4% on Trump tariff report again, and chip stocks climb. As I mentioned it just has an impact on all of the world's chip stocks, not just the US stocks. And again, as I mentioned the tariffs are still in the pipeline, but seems like that at the moment it got some better news as it was in the first side for Europe. So Europe nicely jumping 4%. As well. Indeed, the Chinese market was not bad. Also, the start for the Chinese market was even worse because of some Chinese economic data. By the way, at the moment, the Hang Seng is still red, but it just made a quite of a nice recovery. It's down only 0.36%, or so it was much lower. Nikkei could not climb back too much, 1.47. European stocks, as I mentioned, mostly nicely to the green side, and even the dollar started to pull back a little bit. This is what another reason why the European markets are higher. 10-year treasuries are quite muted, but still very strong on the 460 level, and the futures are quite strong since the actually the start of the pre-market. Gold is plunging a little bit, and crude oil is still very strong. So I'm going to watch again APA Oxy on my secondary list. If you have any stocks on the watch list, please just let me know. Hi, Kevin. SMH daily looks amazing for a breakout. Let me just check it. Yeah, actually, lots of big stocks. Daily chart looks really good as well for not a breakout, but a quite of a reversal. And yes, this looks quiet, nice. Pre-market volume is not bad either, and this is a big mover. I like it. I'm just going to put it to my secondary list. Hi, DVG. Good morning to you. Hope you had a beautiful weekend too on your nice new place. Okay, guys. So let's see what else in the news. Boeing is rising. Solar Edge stock surging on plan to cut 400 more jobs, which is not particularly a very good news, but as you know, it helps on the numbers on the stock side, and it's just jumping a lot, actually 20% higher. So I'm going to put it just to my secondary or to my first list, SEDG. And Boeing, it's in the news too. Nice move to the upside. Reason for that, as I've told you in the news, that the Barclays is very bullish on the stock. So some nice upgrades lately, and the Boeing is up 1.9%. Let's see if it can do quite of a nice comeback on the BA. I'm just going to put it to the secondary list because we have a lot on the first list already. Yes, DVG, thank you. Fubo TV and Disney are getting a nice deal here. The streaming provider rose more than 565% after the company confirmed it struck a deal to combine its online TV businesses with Walt Disney. The new venture, which will include Disney's Hulu plus live TV business, will be 30% owned by Fubo and 70% by Disney, and form the second largest digital pay TV provider after the YouTube TV. So huge news for the Fubo. So I don't know, we can beat this 165% higher. Look at that. That's crazy. It was actually under a $1 stock, and now it's just going higher. So great news, especially for the stockholders. American Airlines is the next one. It's gained 4% after a nice upgrade from TD Cowen. It was a buy from a hold rating. So AAL, great jump in the pre-market. Let's see if it can continue after the market bell. Looks like it can be a nice move to the upside. I'm just going to add it to my long list. Boeing is here, as I mentioned, you upgrade from Barclays, Citigroup, which is upgrade Barclays to overweight from equal weight. This is on the list too. Chip stocks, not even mentioned the chip stocks again. MicroStrategy jumping 4% on the heels of the Bitcoin proxy announcing that it was targeting a capital raise of up to $2 billion or of preferred stocks. So MSTR can be a huge mover again. You know, I don't like that stock very much indeed. Reason for that, it's a really crazy mover, but I know most of you like it. So we can just follow it in the secondary list. Indeed, Plug Power, it's here as well, 6% higher after Monday's pre-market trading, adding on the Friday's rally of 13%. This is a great news for the stock. And Chewy, which I've seen it's on Scott's list, it's just got another upgrade. I'm just going to put it on my list too. I really like Chewy. It can be a nice mover. And the last one is the auto stocks. As I mentioned you, the shares of automakers gained after the Washington Post, citing 3 people familiar with the matter, reported that aides to President-elect Donald Trump are discussing only imposing tariffs on certain sectors considered critical to national or economic security rather than on all imports. So that's quite of a relaxing news for the automakers. Lucid Group, Ford Motor, even Tesla moved higher. So Tesla, actually on my list, it's going to be all of the big stocks, guys. On the green side, Tesla, Meta, Microsoft. The Netflix is not that strong though, but I'm going to watch them to the long side. And one more little stock which I just watched and I've just read some news on it. It's DKNG. DraftKings, traders DraftKings, which still can be on the long list for today. I'm just going to put it on the secondary list, I think. Still the first list. Wow, too many candidates for today. So that's good, actually. So DKNG, I like it, especially because of the possible beautiful bullish engulfing on the daily chart. As you can see, if it's going to stay about $38. It's not a particularly big mover, but it can move nicely. So that's why I'm going to definitely put the KNG on my long side. To the short side, well, actually not too much. On my list, only PLTR is red, PepsiCo is red too, but nothing else too much. Let me just check if on the gainers and losers list, can I see something which is familiar, sounds familiar here, and going down. FFIV is down actually, 3.62%. FFIV. F5 INC is down, but unfortunately the volume on that stock is quite low. What else here, which I really know and like trading? Not too many. I must do lots of quite of unknown stocks to the downside, and of course lots of ETFs. For sure, the fear index ETFs is down, and so on. PayX, which is down 1.88%, NVO is down. So let me just check it. I don't want to pursue, like finding shorts at any cost, just in case if the bulls are going to give up, but doesn't look like the bulls wants to give up today. PayX, my problem is again the volume. It's quite low pre-market volume, but looks nice if it can break this 138 level. I'm just going to put it on the short list, but be careful with that. And the next one, which I'm just watching, it's this NVO, Novo Nordisk, which is lower a lot, like 1.92%, and it seems like it still continues lower. I just don't like the daily chart too much on this NVO. But that's it. I could not find too many short candidates either. This is my list for today, guys. And as usual, I'm just going to move to the guidance room to trade with the traders there. And traders, please don't forget the New Year's sale of the test funded account packages is still on. So you still have 3 days to consider if you want to start a challenge or a funded account and get some room subscriptions, private mentorings, or anything like that. Please just write me an email. Thank you very much for your patience, for your interaction here. I wish you a beautiful green day. As always, a green start of the shortened week, because again, please don't forget Thursday it's off. It's a bank holiday officially from this year. And have a nice one. You are going to be in great hands as always. So see you everyone tomorrow, and I'm just going
Morning and welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to an exciting Monday morning here. Hopefully you guys have had a wonderful weekend. You know what? I just noticed yesterday, and Aggie just touched on it, we do have a shortened week this week. There is a day off on Thursday, an unscheduled day due to the passing of one of our great presidents, President Jimmy Carter. So Thursday is going to be a market holiday. We will have the room shut down, but we'll be back on Thursday. So Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of trading. And then Thursday, day off, back on Friday, and we couldn't be more excited to have you here in the room. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for all of those that are joining us on YouTube this morning. We appreciate you taking the time to be here with us today. We've got a lot of stocks to choose from, as Aggie talked about this morning. We're dialed into about 3 of them right now that I'm looking at, with 6 on the horizon here. We've got a lot of space here this morning to get the job done. So as we get going here this morning, we'll talk about these markets, get you prepared for the day, get you dialed into what's important today, and that is having a green day. And if you're new to the room, congratulations. We've had a lot of people coming in with the TEFS sponsorship and packages. We want to welcome everybody here into the room. Thank you for joining us. And again, office still coming together. we're going to get this thing in shape before not too long. But still a lot of stuff over here in the desk area that takes a lot of time. DVG is joining us this morning as well. Thank you to Aggie, and Clifton is here this morning as well as we get this day going. Let's talk about these markets. Get you prepared for the day. Get you ready to rock and roll today. And I'll tell you what, today, interesting day with the futures being on high. We'll talk about that and more. Asia in the overnight session, we saw the Nikkei drop like 587 points, almost 1.5%. Hong Kong Hang Seng down 72, and Shanghai and China down 5. Europe still in session right now. All green across the board right there. German DAX up a nice 239 points, 1.20%. FTSE in UK up 19, and the CAC 40 in Paris up 134. Combine that with Asia, you've got 3 markets up, 3 markets down, putting pressure right in the middle for the U.S. futures. But our pre-market futures are higher this morning. Dow futures zooming ahead, up 246. S&P futures up 50.50, and the NASDAQ futures 228 now to the upside, up over 1% as we start this Monday. What's happening out there? Well, chip stocks, that's what's happening. All that you need to know. NVDA, MU, TSM, all of the chip stocks jumped this morning on some earnings news this morning. So that's a good thing here. And then President Trump in the news reportedly considering important alteration to the tariff plans. He's going to be tightening things down here for the U.S. And then Comcast out there to launch universal ads to bid to win smaller advertisers over from tech. So trying to get them into the Comcast funnel to advertise. So that's about it. The global chips are on fire this morning as Foxconn shows that there's a big AI boom out there. Possible chip shortage. Hate to use the word shortage, but they're saying that the chips need to start to really crank up here to make up for demand. All right, that's about it. Futures on high this morning, and that's really all that you need to know. Oil this morning up about 61 cents, 74.57 per barrel. And if you're in the gold patch this morning, well, gold's taking a little breather, down 14.90, 26.38.80 per troy ounce. Silver's up, copper's up, platinum's up, and palladium is up a little bit here this morning as we get the day started. So going to be a great day of trading. Hang with us here this morning as we get this day going. Now let's talk about some stocks, but before we do, let's say good morning to everybody. Lionel, good morning. Victor, good morning. Kev, good morning. DVG in the house. Jonathan, good morning. Steve, good morning. Victor, good morning. Yep. Jonathan, good morning to you. David Orlando, good morning. And Seth, good morning to you. Great to have everybody here in the room. And we are ready to rock and roll. Talk some stocks this morning. I do like Fubo. I see that DVG had put that down as well. Low price stock, but I got to tell you, if it gets under 4 this morning, I'm going to be going extra full share size here on the upside. I'll announce it here, FUBO, and this is long over $4. Now, if we don't get under that $4, I'll take it through $4.50 this morning as we move into the morning session here and open these markets. The other one here is NVDA, and this will be a long too. I don't have a short this morning as the market's starting to really expand to the upside. NVDA long at 148. There you go. And then last but not least, TSM is part of the chip industry here, 218. Yep, 218 TSM. Okay, my 3 picks ready to rock and roll. I've got everything loaded and ready to shout, and looks good this morning. DVG, good morning. What do you got to say about a Monday morning here with a shortened week on Thursday for President Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, good morning, 44 Trading Nation. Good morning, Scott. To your point, yeah, Thursday, markets will be closed in honor for Jimmy Carter, the late Jimmy Carter. So worth noting that Thursday will be markets will be closed. So I imagine we won't be here on Thursday. Getting a lot of snow across the East Coast here in the United States. So waking up this morning to about 2.5, 3 foot of snow. We've got, it's pretty exciting, but also had to get up early to make sure we plow the driveways out. So that's never fun. But yeah, look, what a difference a day makes. You know, Fed Barkin spoke on Friday and really just turned markets around. If you guys recall, we were chopping, kind of aiming to the downside, and literally in one discussion talks of, hey, things are actually looking better than they should be, and we're going to do our best to prop up markets, almost verbatim. I'm kind of paraphrasing, but that one comment literally took markets and just we've gone straight up since then. So what I will say Worth noting, it doesn't mean they'll go up forever. That said, trade what you see, not what you feel. Will be a little bit of a dangerous open. Key levels that I'm watching this morning on the Qs. 524.50. That's literally the 50% retracement of when Jerome Powell initially announced, if you guys remember that big pullback, it's a 50% retrace at that level. I also have another level retraced up to 526.72 on the Qs. SPY, we're right there, 597. So if we see those levels break or continue to go higher, obviously good time to get into markets. I think maybe Tesla pulls back to that 516 zone. If it doesn't, great. But I'm going to wait for a subtle pullback. Apple, I think, is going to likely be my only candidate for a short this morning. Worth noting, CES. Jensen is going to be speaking here. I think it's 6 o'clock. I got to double check the time, but Jensen has the keynote, and they will be at CES from the 7th through the 10th. So anything that during the 7th and 10th could be a catalyst for markets today. Trade safe. Markets are now open.
Yep, let's go, traders. Let's have a great day today. We've got about 3 minutes before the full market opens here this morning. And as we get into the day today on this Monday, let's be careful this morning. Like I said, that Fubo trade really interests me because it's got a lot of momentum to it. But I don't think it's going to be a trade that's going to sustain the whole day. So it's probably going to be an early morning trade. Remember, the name of the game here is to get your work done this morning so you can have the freedom for the rest of the day to do really, truly what you want to do besides sit in front of the monitors. Nothing wrong with that. Just saying that there's a lot more out there than meets the eye in trading. So let's give it all we have this morning, and let's have a great day today. I'm looking forward to it. Big Lions win as the NFL playoffs kick in, and good betting weekend coming up. A lot of people involved. Vegas will be on fire. I wouldn't be surprised if you get some word like Las Vegas Sands and MGM and all those places really kick tail this weekend. Upcoming, it's one of those big things, this weekend, and then March Madness. Vegas is really, really something special. So as we get into it today, let's keep that in mind.
I'm glad you mentioned that. Actually, on Friday, I was mentioning CZR, Caesars Entertainment. Looked good at that consolidation level here in the 32 to 33 level. So it just got over that 33 breach. Could be interesting, to your point, for kind of upcoming, abundance of gambling. DKNG, obviously a big fan favorite from that perspective. One thing I didn't add to the watch list, Scott, is going to be China stocks. So we actually we talked about this last week. A weakening dollar is actually good for markets. It's what it is, right? Just kind of to increase the disparity of wealth or transfer thereof. And we saw that happen over the weekend. So you saw Chinese yuan pick up, and we talked about some of those pairs. I think TradeTricks looks at those as well. But look, at the end of the day, that's going to help markets. So I'm going to keep an eye on names like BABA, PDD. I think they may benefit from it, and it could be like a big incremental bet from that perspective. So names like BABA, I'm going to probably look at what options look like maybe on a full call spread out to maybe February. So worth noting, it's kind of like, hey, put up a couple $1,000 to risk a potential huge upswing in these Chinese stocks that have been beaten down.
Okay, traders, we are open here in just a few seconds. Let's have a great day today. Keep the focus this morning. Watch out for Fubo as we get the day started here. It's going to be a great trading day. It looks like Fubo is going to be the long for me over 4 this morning. So markets are open. Let's have a great day today, traders. Fubo is going to be long at 4. So watch this. Could be an early trade unless we get under that 350 towards the VWAP. I'll be taking this Fubo today at 4. TSM, NVDA just need a pullback here. DVG, what's your focus stock this morning?
I'm keeping an eye on Tesla actually quite a bit. So I'm watching it. I want to see it pull back to around 416-ish. So if it gets to 418, I may start building a long position, but we'll see.
Okay, watch the entry here on Fubo. $4.
Also watching MU.
See what happens.
Okay, I'm going to start building that bull call spread on BABA right now. Target price will be around $94. Apple just got a huge rip.
Okay, there we go. Fubo's coming down. This is going to be good. I'm going to try to load up around 350. See if it goes through the VWAP line. And watch NVDA.
All right, we're going to watch for a pullback here on the Qs. So this is where I think the pullback starts, and then we're going to watch this level where it's at now at 524.50. So if we see a pullback in the Qs and then we breach this to the upside, I'm going to go like full boat long on everything. But I want to see it pull back first.
370 traders. Oh, actually, we might get to 350. I'll post the 350 trade here. I'm going to come in right at 350 because that's right where the VWAP is. Okay, here we go. Anything over 350, I am going to be long the stock here this morning. And then add at 4. Super big share size here. Okay, 350, I'm long the stock. Long Fubo this morning, FBO.
Okay, that might have been the only pullback there. So I'm going to take a look here. Let's do, let's go long Tesla here, 424. We're in.
Stop loss will be $3. Again, I've got small share set. Well, relatively small share size. For a $3 stock, it's probably huge share size, but great pullback. See if there's an opportunity here at 350. I'm risking 50 cents for $1 on Fubo, F-U-B-O. Those of you that are in this trade with me, 350. I'm going to go huge share size at 4 and 450 target.
NVDA long right here. I'm going to do it 149. Okay. See if we could break out all-time highs on NVIDIA. Nice move on Tesla now. 42645, I know is a level of resistance. Let's see what we do there. Apple no longer a short candidate. I think he's just ripping, so. Need a video to take off now. Tesla, what are you doing? Uh-oh, Tesla.
Come on, bounce for us, Fubo.
What do they call it? 426.45. I knew it was a level. And we got up to, what did we end up? 426.43. So we missed it by 2 cents. All right, MU looks great here. Sure. Market order 97.53. Not the greatest entry. MU 97.53.
This, you know, I would be just to kind of preload this. I might be a player to swing some of these chip stocks this week as well.
Mm-hmm.
So if I'm coming in, I may on some of these pullbacks, I may keep them, and I'll let everybody know that. Okay, target 30 more cents. We're going to go extra full share size here on Fubo. See if we can make it a one trade day, BBG.
Would be nice.
Yeah, it would be.
Still hanging on to Tesla here. I want to see if it really will just charge above that 426.45. I knew that was going to be a level, though, the next spot of the shakeup. So it might actually take me out, and I'm going to look for maybe an entry back at the 416. Okay, let's see. Q's 5. Do we finally get a pullback? Maybe, maybe not. But oh, Tesla, come on. I'll give it literally barely another couple cents here. Needs to bounce. again, Apple really expressing some high volatility in the pre-market, like to the downside, and then boom, just as we open, no surprise. I mean, these markets are soaring right now. So we're still in NVIDIA, looking for a big move now on MU. I want to see at least $100 on MU. Maybe. I'm on NVIDIA. Also watching Meta right now in this pullback.
Market's still looking good.
Coin is really weak.
Dow's up 98. Nasdaq's up 258 right now.
What's going on with coin? Let's see what Bitcoin's doing. Bitcoin a little reserved. I don't know. Coin could be interesting to the downside. 272? I might have missed it. Let's see. All right. I'm more or less bullish on everything, but let's look at coin. Get a better entry. 273? No, 27. Let me see what it does here. Could be risky. Market's on the bull charge. Try to short a name like coin. Could be dangerous. Guys, Tesla. What's going on with Tesla? I knew that 426.45 was going to be an area of resistance, but geez, I didn't think we would just sell off. So I might have to dump this and then see if we get a better entry. I'm watching the 200 EMA right now on Tesla. It's tagging it like multiple times here. If we break below that, so call it under 419.70, I'm going to have to dump this position.
Just having some patience here with Fubo. Again, it's right where we entered the stock.
Out Tesla. Out Tesla. I'll try a re-entry around 416. That's where I really wanted to start my entry. So we went from a winning position to losing position, and the worst part is it went right to where I knew there would be resistance, and I didn't sell. So rule number one. I guess that's the beauty. It wasn't a huge position, though. I'm now watching coin. 274. 273 is, I'll start 273.44. I don't think it's going to come back down this way. Let me move it back up. Let's move 274. 274.44 is where I'll start. Guys, big pullback on Tesla now. Watching 416. So good news is we're up on MU. We're about break even on NVIDIA. We're in coin to the downside. Guys, big pullback on Tesla now. Watch this 524.45 level on the Qs. So by the way, the BABA call spread is, out till February. So I got a month to let that thing play out. So I won't be watching that heavily. Hopefully it moves to the upside. Coin is going to be a small position if we can add into it. Guys, keep an eye on Tesla. Look at this. Look at this breakdown. I want to see what it does at 416 to 415 level. So I have right now first level to mark 416.40. Hopefully get a little bit of an undercut, and I could possibly, start buying into that position if we decide to move higher. Excuse me. Guys, the swing on CVX working brilliantly. Target is 150 for my first partial. We almost got it this morning. Didn't quite get there, though.
Traders, Tesla 420. Tesla long 420. Yep, just going to put that Fubo trade on the back burner right now. Watching Tesla again. $3 will be my stop loss on Fubo.
Still on MU now.
Stock is going to go. Yeah, I'm long the stock right now. Long Tesla. Target's going to be 422. TSLA.
They're taking a partial here on MU, guys. A little bit early on the $100 print. I don't care. I want to get paid. Still got some runners, so if it gets over that 100, awesome. But I know that there's going to be some resistance up at that 99.80 level. If we just domino that thing, it should take off. So let's see what happens. NVIDIA, I'll wait. I'm up only like 60 cents on it, so let's see if we can get a little more out of that. Coin moving against, I'll probably get rid of it here in a second. I'll just be patient with coin. It's a smaller position because I wanted to add if we break lower. Apple now pulling back. Microsoft beasting it though, all the way through. Like 530 is going to be an interesting level.
422
target. 430. LMT is going to be an interesting one with the new administration. Okay, I'm going to keep an eye on that. Like 460 is a big level for LMT, but I think with
stop loss
Doge, aka.
Come on, Mark, let's go. I'm waiting on Fubo as well.
Good luck on Tesla, Scott.
Yeah, I'm going to need it here. 422 target. We're coming up on it. About 40 cents away.
Watching Apple right here at this 200 EMA. Does it bounce and move higher? Or does it break down and go lower? Obviously, some volatility earlier this morning down to that 243. Markets are on high, so I imagine it'll likely participate. But if it does crack the lows, we'll probably see some of that shift into other names like Microsoft, for example, being the big one, NVIDIA as well. Guys, glad we paid ourselves on MU. It also still has some room to the upside, but at least we got a 99 print. I'm going to dump coin here. Small loser on coin, that's okay. Again, really could have been an opportunity to go long or short coin, but because it's a risk-off asset, I thought maybe it's kind of leading the charge for potential pullback, but we're not pulling back, guys. I mean, Qs are up on high, SPY's up on high. We're long a few positions. That was kind of more of a hedge. So, and then we got shaken out of Tesla there, unfortunately.
And Fubo. Fubo and Tesla right now are only two things I'm in.
Yeah, here goes a pullback. I'm gonna probably hit Tesla if we see a 415 print, assuming that we pause a little bit. So keeping an eye on the Qs, 42445. I want to see what the Qs do right at that level. Do we bounce off of 42445 and turn higher, or do we break? Seeing this pullback at Tesla, I mean, it happened to me earlier this morning, unfortunately. Okay, Apple just bounced really sharply off of that 200. Let's see what happens here.
Go Fubo. Yep. Tesla had this pullback. Let's see if it continues here. Should be able to turn here, hopefully.
Mm-hmm. Decision time. Q's looking like they're ready to rip. Or 2672 on the Q's next stop. Let's see what it does there. SPY above 598 now. It's probably next target 600. Here comes NVIDIA. Let's see if we get a 150 print on NVIDIA. Glad we got it at the coin trade. Okay, 52672 coming up on the Q's. Let's see what it does. Wow, Tesla. Jeez. What does Meta do here? Right, the VWAP 61260 maybe. So expensive. Hmm.
Go Fubo, go. Tesla's going to be that 417. The low of the day is going to be my stop. Tesla. I'm taking a small share size, just hoping to build this position here.
Kev, yeah, probably on NVIDIA, yeah. I took a full share size right at 149. So only concern is like all-time high on NVIDIA, 152.89. Again, I'd like to see at least a breach over, breakout over 150. Which if it's 150, it goes 150, 151, like almost immediately, and that's where I'll probably take a partial. So I'll add and then take some off. The only concern I have is, looking at names like MU, it's rolling over a bit. Good news, we paid ourselves, right? But that's kind of the only concern I have with some of these names. We're seeing some movement to the downside. I thought we for sure would see more of a test on that 424.50 area, given that's the 50% retrace. Here comes the move on NVIDIA. Let's go. I'm going to add actually right now. Let's do 149.88. I'm going to add. Almost there. See if we get it. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Thank you. All right. So we got it there on NVIDIA. Now let's see a 150. And then I want to see 150 go big spike to 151. That happens, I'm going to take some off. I'm ready. Like I'm hovering my button for a big partial here on NVIDIA.
When is Fubo going to go, traders? I don't know.
Here comes NVIDIA. I'm looking for a big buyer. I'm seeing some like big blocks moving around. Hopefully they're not to the sell side. There we go. Come on, come on, come on. 3 million shares. Let's go. Come on. Hit it. Come on, NVIDIA.
Come on, Tesla. Hang in there for us.
There's 1 million shares sitting at 150 on NVIDIA right now. Let's take them out. Come on. Go, NVIDIA. Oh, man. They're nibbling on it. Literally, there's 1.1 million shares. It's gone. There it is. Let's get ready for a partial here on NVIDIA. Hold on, hold on. I want to keep going. Let's see 150 mid. Hold on. Let's see. There we go. There we go. Here comes a little bit more on the push.
Here we go, Tesla.
Waiting.
Come on. Great trade on NVDA.
Ah. All right. Oh, we get the spike there. It's all right. If I see a 150 print, I'm going to take some off. In fact, this is close enough. I'm going to leave some. I'm going to take some risk off the table just because I'm seeing markets pull back a bit. All right. Still in MU, still in NVIDIA. On the fence with Apple. Might short it here. It's 244.5. Could be interesting, but I'd be looking for a point risking 2 to the upside, so I don't know if I love that trade. I am watching Tesla like a hawk, though. I want to see what it does at 416 to 415, because I know 416 is a huge level for Tesla. So it's there now. If we get under 415 and we do an undercut and come back up through 416, I'm going to hit it for a long position. Let's see what happens. Okay, I'd like to pull back here on Tesla. Even a very close eye here.
Okay, I'm out of the Tesla trade with a loss. Starting the day off red on with the Tesla trade. Still in Fubo. Yep, good for you, Seth. Way to go.
Guys, watch for the pullback here. Okay, here comes Tesla. Let's see it break down under 415 for half a second. Let's see it undercut, and then if it pulls back up, we're going to take that trade. Let's see if we can get some here. All right, we're starting a position here. I got a market fill, not the greatest order. Darn it. Guys, big drop now on Apple.
All I have is Fubo. I got to look at
in
something
there.
else here. Maybe NVIDIA on a pullback here. We'll wait and watch.
Guys, here comes the big pop on Tesla. I didn't have time to post it. I took a market order there on the turnaround. I'm going to add over 420. Oh, let me see if we can get a little more there. All right, here we go. Tesla, let's go. Yes. Looking for a big pop now, Tesla. I want to see it rip over 426. Like one hit, 423, all the way up. Come on, Tesla. Don't let me down. All right, I'll take a partial at 423. Getting ready?
Just got me out on the spike. Look at Tesla, that devil.
Getting ready to take a partial Tesla.
I'm going to go 422 Tesla long. See if I can get back into this for this move.
Okay, just took a little off of Tesla. Still have some size here. I'm going to add a little more to my NVIDIA position. We took a partial, but I'm going to add a little bit more just in case we decide to take off. Guys, something is going on with Apple today. I don't know what it is, but I just saw literally 120,000 shares straight to the downside like 3 minutes ago, which broke the close, which is even lower than the pre-market low. So someone's trying to get rid of Apple today, but markets are on high. So I don't know what's going on with Apple today.
Oh, I hate to say all I need is Tesla. I mean, all I need is Fubo. It'd be nice to get into the Tesla trade 422 here. But Fubo would be better because I can get the share size up and I can get a nice run here for $1.
Well, I'm going to post, it's 417.41 was my first entry on Tesla. So I know it's too late for that, guys, but I was watching it and I hit a market order. We got in. Good news. But didn't have time to post that, y'all. Sorry for that. If we get over 423 on Tesla, guys, look at coin. I'm glad we got out of the way of that, but could have been a great entry for a long. I just thought we would find some liquidity to the downside, but nope. MSTR kind of on the same train, straight up.
No trade Tesla. Only thing I'm in is Fubo. Take a look, Mark, at MSTR. Looks great.
Oh, Tesla's getting
Maybe
ugly
a pullback
now.
here would be wonderful to get in.
Guys, keep an eye on Apple. I'm telling you, something's going on with that stock today. I don't know what it is. I know CES is this week, so is there anticipation of that? I don't know. MU, this should be a little bit more. Oh, come on, Tesla. Luckily, we paid ourselves on the first partial, but man. Coin is awesome today. Wow. MSTR, let's do it right here, 358. I know I don't like buying the tops here, but let's see if
Topside breakout though, right?
yeah, exactly. I mean, it's risky, but if it's going to be a day, it'll be today.
Mark, you're exactly
so
right.
no trade on MSTR.
Really shooting now. MSTR, wow.
I might get a better entry here. Let's do 356. MSTR. Updated it. And then I'll add over 358 if we get there. I really want to, I think I want to short Apple. It's so hard to do that though when the Qs are leading, SPY's up, Qs are up. Looks like markets are just pumping. But I don't know, just the price action is so disgusting on Apple today. Like someone wants to get out of the way. And as soon as they see a big chunk of liquidity, 150,000 shares, boom, sold. Meta's looking kind of like the same thing. No trade MSTR.
And no
Maybe I get a better entry.
trade
Maybe I get
Fubo.
back to 349. So I'll wait. I'm going to cancel my
Where do you
MSTR,
like
guys.
MSTR,
Cancel.
BVG?
Really, I want to get down to 349.50-ish.
Yeah.
Would be awesome. I mean, I was trying to get the topside breakout, but good news is I put the entry further away from where the price is, so it'd have to come to me to get the breakout. Now that we're seeing a pullback, 349.5. I'll take it there. I'm really tempted to short Apple, like big size too. Well, you guys know the story of Apple, not so. I may not do it, but Q's now moving higher. Okay, MSTR 356. I'll put it back up. Oops. MSTR 356. This is kind of a risky one. It'll be a nibble. And I'll add over 358 if we get there. Meta pulling back sharply now. I still got my runners on Tesla. So let's see if we can get that one to turn up as well. That'd be great. Also Nvidia here. You know what? I'm going to add another 100. Let's go. So as you guys have missed out on Tesla, you want to see the bounce here soon for a potential long entry. If it breaks that low of day, it could be a dead day for Tesla then.
Still nothing on Fubo, and Fubo may just go sideways all day. That's why I'm looking for something a little bit more here now.
You're watching Tesla here. It's 415. Need to see it bounce here. Now this would be my, I took a partial, thank goodness, but I need to see it bounce now. If it doesn't, I'm going to dump this position. Waiting for MSTR to fill here. All right, Tesla's looking really gross price action wise. It's right at that perfect level. 416.40 is the level I have, and it's kind of like a zone from there down to 415. So if it breaks below 415, game over. I'm out. We did take a partial. We took a L on the first one. We took I'd say half win on the second trade. Let's see if we can get a pop now to the high of day. I'm going to move my entry to 355 MSTR now. Okay. Small fill here on MSTR. I'll add over 356 and then 358. Let's get over 360 on that one. It's not a huge position just in general, but come on. I like because coin just popped over the high. So let's see if MSTR
maybe here's
does
our
the same.
chance now on Fubo. Watch it over the VWAP line. I think I'm going to have an early add to this trade over the VWAP line if we get the volume in here.
Tesla's chart looking really bad. Compared to the Qs, compare that.
Yep.
I know it's a volatile stock, but man, that's like completely inverted. Okay. Still barely hanging on to Tesla. Barely, barely, barely. Under 410. Oh, there it is. Let's see. Can't trade out in the spike just yet. If it turns up higher, this is likely where we see Tesla bounce. If it continues this, oh man, that's bad. Hold on a sec. Don't want to trade out in the spike, but man, it's getting expensive. I figured it would go down and undercut, but it is a $400 stock and a volatile stock at that. So I'm trying to be patient, but it's getting expensive, y'all.
Well, Tesla makes me feel better. I took a small loss. Look at it now.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I'm going to have to dump this thing. I'm not going to hold a losing trade here. Well, the good news is we did take a partial on it, but bad news is we had 2 losers on Tesla this morning. That's still, it could be a worthwhile trade. If it goes back to that 416 level, I may take it again. But for now, I'm not trying to buy the bottom. Like, it's too shaky. Meanwhile, we have NVIDIA working. We just got a new high on MU. I'm eyeballing what does Apple do here? Because Meta just broke below the 200. So does Meta get some love and move to the upside, or is this kiss of death for META? Let's see.
Well, I thought today was going to be a lot better right now.
Here comes Tesla,
Yep.
415.
Seth, I would somewhat agree with it. You know, it's not as clear, that's for sure.
MSTR, got the ad. I got another ad waiting for it up at 358. Again, keep an eye on that 52672 level on the Qs. It was a previous all-time high at one point. It wasn't, the latest all-time high, but 52672. The next target above that would be 52996, all the way up to 531. If we get a real strong push to the upside. Come on, MSTR. Guys, keep an eye on Tesla here. This is the zone. So we're in the zone now. If you want to go long, just know you have till 413.02. Basically, 413 would be your stop. So you're gonna have to risk 2 points to get 20, right? I think it's still a worthwhile trade. I just didn't think it would bounce. So this 415 to 416 area, I'd say is pretty safe as long as you get a push. So I'll wait for validation if I consider a retrade of this. Watching Apple now gaining some strength above the VWAP, only just. Here comes NVIDIA.
Nice breakout.
Yes. Tesla really needs to make a decision here. And the Qs, again, if we see it over the high of day today, I mean, 529, 530 is coming, and NVIDIA is leading the charge. So let's see how high we can go on NVIDIA today. Maybe new all-time high. MSTR is getting a little too sluggish for me, and it's such a volatile stock. I mean, it's kind of bull flagging right now, so I'll give it a little bit more time.
Remember, traders, I'm going to go extra full share size on Fubo at the break of 350. That's my initial entry here.
This is what I didn't want to see on MSTR, like for it to roll over. So it needs to punch through. SPY just put in a new session high. Qs look like they want to go. So it needs to have a big decision right now. Tesla, meanwhile, really just falling asleep. Apple looks like it wants to break out now over 245. Watch the Qs here. Microsoft looks pretty healthy. I missed that trade, so I'm not going to touch it, but it's pretty healthy. Here comes Apple, Tesla falling off the cliff. Could be lights out for the rest of the day on Tesla, possibly. We'll see. That's so crazy, though. I had 42645 as a level marked. It hit 42643. That's pretty wild. Yeah, big breakdown now on Tesla.
Watch the VWAP
MSTR
on Fubo.
May step away there. All right, guys, I'm going to start a short on Apple. You guys know my short history on Apple has not been the greatest, but 244.75. We're going to start building one right now. Short. just because something is going on with that stock. Geez, Tesla, look at that. Just off a cliff. Yikes. That's no longer an undercut. That's a profit-taking sell-off. If it breaks 410, goodbye, Tesla. Ironically, I wanted to short this stock. Okay, it bounced pretty close to the close on Tesla. Meta's fallen out of bed now. Right when I get into Apple, of course. Looks like it wants to break out. It nudges me a little bit. It's okay. I'm not worried about it. It's 25 cents, 30 cents. But there's a few names that are going to lead the queues. NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple, Tesla. So the good news is we've got other long positions to offset if we do decide to get stopped out here on Apple. Let's see if MSTR, NVIDIA, and MU kind of save the day for me. Microsoft pushing really strong now. Might be a worthwhile entry here, 431.60. All right, if we break underneath 244.55 on Apple, I'm going to nail this thing for full size.
Well, I really thought Fubo was going to come on to us.
I need to see this price level reject on Apple, or I'll come out of it real soon here. Naturally wants to fill to 245.56. Good old Apple. It knows when I'm getting in, I swear, Apple. DVG's shorting this thing. Bam!
Wow, right. NVIDIA just keeps giving here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm still. I'll take a partial. I'm gonna look for high to mid 151s on NVDA. I want to see a big like jagged spike, and I'll take some off. MSTR, we're getting it now. Let's see if we get over 358. If we get over 358, I may start taking partials in the 360 print. We may not get it here on Apple, which is okay. MU printing, NVIDIA printing, MSTR just kind of dancing around. Let's see what we can actually make some money on that thing. Talked about Apple, worst case scenario, that 24556 area. Get above that, I will get out of the way. We do start seeing price reject around that level, though. I'm still happy to add. Okay, Qs are now over 52672, looking good to the upside. NVIDIA just crushing it now. Tell you what, let's I mean, do you think we're going to reach all-time highs and really break out? All right, I'll add a little bit more on NVIDIA here in a moment. Let me wait for this subtle pullback here. Again, Tesla looking good at 416 area. Waiting to pull back here on NVIDIA. Anything in the 150 print, I'll just add. We're green on the trade overall. Okay, there's that gap fill on Apple to that 24556 area. We're now at 24560. Need to see it reject here. If it does, great. I'll hang on. If it doesn't, out of here. You know, it's not the most expensive loss right now. I mean, it's still definitely manageable.
I feel like I'm a one-trick pony now, DVG. All I've got is Fubo.
Hey, sometimes that's all it takes, man.
Yeah.
Like right now, MSTR chopping around the top here, I don't like that. I need to see it push, or I'm going to have to trim this position, which, I mean, that kind of defeats the purpose, right? But it's really putting in a strong bull flag. You've got coin printing new session highs. I mean, MSTR should go. Guys, notice Apple in that little bit of rejection here. That's what I wanted to see. Now, if we get above that candle at all, I'm out. Right now, I'm still hanging on. But I figure, you know, that's really, ironically, this 24556 area is where I wanted to start my short. But then you run the risk of once you get in there, it just, boom, takes the top off. So, coulda, shoulda, woulda. But this is kind of where I want to see it reject the price and then literally take out the close. I don't know if that's going to happen, though. But seeing behaviorally what's happening with Apple, again, I don't know what's going on. I don't hear any news or anything, but this price action is really gross. So I'm waiting for someone to come in and go, oh, yeah, I did want to sell off. Guys, MSTR moving. We're going to add right here on NVIDIA. Guys, Microsoft, I talked about it. Beautiful move now. Nice breakout. Clean breakout. Distinct breakout. Guys, Tesla's over that 416.40. Let's give it a try again. Let's give it a try again. Let's build something here. 416.80. Got it. Okay, we're trying it again. Hopefully this works out, y'all. Tesla 416.80.
Let's see here on the Tesla trade. I may join you. Okay, I will join DVG here.
MSTR just got the extra add at 358. Come on, MSTR. Give me a 362. What a beautiful move on Microsoft, guys. Beautiful move. I missed the trade, but I mean, if you guys were listening, that was a good one for sure. MSTR looking fantastic. We should get a push now. So with Tesla, I'm actually building again because I want to see it get over the VWAP. It should be about 418, call it 419. So we're running right into the 200. So we might see a little bit of resistance there. So I'll wait for validation. If we break out above that 200, then I'll add. What do you guys think? MSTR, we got a good entry on it. We were kind of adding on the way up. I think I will wait till 360 to 362, like 4 points out of that thing. All right, here we go. MSTR. Boom time. Yeah, buddy. All right. Let that one ride. Guys, keep an eye on Tesla now. Tesla should go to 419 and then, you know, sputter a little bit, but if it just decides to rip, it's new high of day. Okay, keeping an eye on my Apple position. If it gets over that 245, call it 60, I'll dump it.
Watch this.
Q's now moving.
Extra full share size now on Fubo. This will make or break my day. 350.
Come on, Tesla. Don't you let me down twice today. Let me get a real rip this time. I'm going to call that the undercut. That's a perfect undercut. We wanted to see this level get tested again. It's retested. Now we should fly right now. 419 plus, 418.76.
Right here on Tesla.
Yeah, so 418 right now, 418.88 is the 200 EMA-ish, right, give or take. If it hits that and starts to pause, problem. If it also worth noting, we do have a anchored VWAP we're running into on Tesla. But if we get above that, technically over 422, this thing should take off. About to dump my Apple position. Let's see what it does here. It does not reject. I will be out. Good news is we've got plenty of long positions. Taking full advantage of this upside, top side breakout on the Qs. MSTR should go now. Here comes Tesla. Microsoft, guys. Anybody take Microsoft?
Tesla go.
Yeah, Seth. Hey, I just saw your note on Netflix. I was watching Netflix and Costco. The downside. Costco, obviously, this morning would have worked out brilliantly, but guys, hold on. I got to get out of this Apple position. Give me a second. There it is. Okay, let's see. I don't like this push.
Let's go 422. Sounds like River just woke up.
MSTR on the move now, y'all. Let's go. We're up a little over point now on Tesla. I think I might wait for that 362 print on MSTR. I mean, definitely has the volatility to do stuff like that. Heck, it could go to like 380 today. So yeah, I think, Seth, to your point, I like Costco to the downside, even still. You know, some of these like consumer discretionary type names. If you look at XLY even, oops. So XLY performing well, but it's, I don't know. I think there's some interesting things brewing in that, on that side of the house, namely with names like TGT, Walmart, and Costco. Come on, Tesla, what are you doing?
I know, right? I don't want to get burned twice here.
Yeah, it already got me twice today.
Yep.
MSTR.
Extra full share size here, and target's going to be towards 450. If we get past 4, it's going to be a natural add and probably some of the largest share size I've had in a stock. So if we get to 4, I'm going to go all in on this thing.
You know what? I may start a small
Come on.
position on Costco. Yeah, let's do it. It'll be a small size, but actually, I'm gonna use options. We'll do by weekend. Let's do $900 puts, so they're $2. Rep 10 of them, 2K.
And that's on which stock?
Costco. Yeah, I mean, it can move, you know, 10, $20 pretty quickly. It's a $900 stock, but I'll give it till the end of the week. Guys, we're getting a 362 print on MSTR right now. I'm waiting to see when this green candle stops, and we will take a partial here any moment. Maybe we get a 363. I don't know, but here we go. Beautiful. Getting partial ready. Guys, NVIDIA breaking out now. All right, good enough for me. MSTR partial. 362 print, y'all. Love it.
Very nice.
NVIDIA, I'm going to trim some here in a moment. I'm going to trim some on it just in a moment because I know the all-time high for NVIDIA is 152.89. So we get up near that 152 print. I will take some more off. We're getting close now. So let's see if we get to 151.80-ish. In fact, let me put some up there. I'm going to put it up there, 151.96, in case we get someone that wants to grab my shares. And if not, I'll get ready to take a partial. I like this mid 151. I mean, we made some money. It's not you know. Started off decent size. We're waiting for, we need Tesla to pop. We got MSTR, check. MU, check. NVIDIA, check. Apple, no bueno. Costco, though, now moving. So, Seth, thanks for mentioning Netflix. Made me think of Costco as well. Took the Costco trade, not the Netflix trade, but Netflix, I think, is kind of in the same boat. Trouble with Netflix is the percentage of the queues that it's a part of. I think it's Costco or Netflix, 2.5%. I'd have to double check. But they changed that. In fact, what's interesting is in the queues, while no one was looking, they changed the top 10 holdings to one of them being our good friend Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway Class B stock. While no one was watching. It's kind of interesting. Little fun fact there. It's squeezed in right under like the 10 spot. Guys, MSTR is printing 364 now. Let's go. Let's go.
Go, Fubo.
I'm still barely hanging on to this Apple position. Barely. I mean, I really don't like that it keeps trying this area. Let's see if someone wants my NVIDIA shares. All right, y'all, I'm going to take a little bit more off of MSTR in just a moment. Just a moment. I see it's getting a little bit, buyers are kind of stepping away. Guys, look at Meta. What happened on Meta? Just turned and burned. Look at that. 605 nailed and off to the race of 7 points. Guys, I should get the break on Costco now. I think it's coming. Well, Tesla, don't tell me you did it to me 3 times because I won't touch Tesla for the rest of the day if that's the case. I will take a partial on MSCR and a 364 print. We're almost there now.
Look at Fubo. EVG, I got a chance to make my week right here with one trade.
Yeah,
so,
let me look.
Yep. We get past 4, it's going to be an absolute killer trade. I'm in it with extra full share size now at 350 average. 4, I'm going to go insane share size and 450 target here.
Nice.
And I might switch all my TVs over to Fubo account now with just because of this trade. Look at it. Come on, baby. Come on.
Yeah, big news. They're going to join Disney, part of their Hulu platform. and then 70% of that ownership is going to be by Disney. So obviously going to help that stock, help that name, help the brand. Question is, I mean, for Disney, is that a good thing or a bad thing? I don't know, because Disney's kind of been, well, not so good in the news lately. So who knows? Maybe they're looking at this as an opportunity to expand their ESPN capabilities. That would be my guess for free users. Who knows? Well, kind of giving up on Tesla. We're still in the Apple trade, only just. I mean, just barely. Just barely. I mean, it hit kind of like where I wanted to get out, but I saw the price resist a little bit. But I'm telling you, if we get up to that 24575, for sure, 100%, I'm going to be out of this position. Good news, guys. We took another partial on MSCR, but the 364 print. I mean, if it gets back up there, great. But I don't really care. We are risk-free trading. Almost everywhere, almost. We're slightly red on our Apple position, which is fine. This Tesla trade, if it can get over this 419 level, guys, I'm going to be super excited, but I'm going to let it run for a little more. Trying to get better about holding on to the winners. Fubo has traded 245 million shares today. Wow, that's impressive.
Go, baby, go. Could care less about anything right now but Fubo.
Fubo over 4, huh?
Yeah, let's go.
What'd you do something wild to hit it with like 20K? 20K shares?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Little over that, my friend.
Oh, you went deep. All right.
Yeah. Oh, it's going to get deeper here at 4.
Nice. I hope that thing crushes, man.
I do too.
Get a huge trade out of
that.
that.
A rocket ship right now. 4 is a magical number here. We got 17 cents to go.
You know, I get into Costco. Obviously, this is with options, so worth noting. They get spready and expensive potentially, but under this 920 print, and now it's trying to fight that level. So yeah, Qs are pushing high, SPY's taking high. So getting any short right now is extremely dangerous. For me, I'm trying to look at this a little bit longer term, but I'm not going to give it. You know, I'm not going to let it go to 0, right? Maybe risk like, I don't know, $300-400. Yeah, I'm going to probably get out of Apple here any moment. Just keeps getting right up to that, you know, anything over 245.77, I'm out. Come on, Fubo. Look up Scott, would you?
Yep. Rocket ship here. 15 cents to go.
MU's having some trouble with that $100 print. We didn't get our, oh, there comes Fubo. Let's go.
Let's go, baby. Come on.
Here comes the reach. Here comes the reach.
10 cents to go.
And you get over 425, that thing is out of here.
Yep. Target close to 450. A huge trade if we get there. No guarantees, traders. No guarantees.
All right, guys, I'm going to take some off of NVIDIA here. I'm going to leave that to no risk. I'm going to let the runners do their thing. watching Microsoft on this pullback, healthy pullback. It looks like it's going to try to tag the VWAP. Right now, it's hitting a anchored VWAP. Apple, guys, you remember I am 148 shorting Apple. Today we'll make it 149. I don't think I can short Apple ever again. I mean, it's getting to that point where I almost have to chalk it up to don't trade Apple again. And it's right there at my stop. It's printing it right now. I should get out, but I'm like, for 1 more cent. The price action on it today was awful.
Small little pause here. Yep. And Carlos, you know what? I mean, patience is a virtue for sure, but the key to it here is I want to be profitable. And Tesla has, again, I only had 100 shares of Tesla to start, and then quickly would ramp up as I typically do on Tesla. But I lost on the Tesla trade, and Fubo is not a revenge trade because I entered that prior to entering Tesla. So now when I look at it, I'm like, okay, well, look, if I can get in here with some huge share size on it, and it starts to go because it came down, it's starting to correct and start to move back forward, I got a really big opportunity to not only turn my day green, but also to take care of the entire week here and really the entire month if we get to 450. So we'll see what happens here. It's 350 to 450. You do the math, right? 20,000 shares at 350 average, and then add at 4. I mean, could be a new pair of shoes too. But a lot of some risk here. Let's see if we go.
I'm going to close out MSTR here in a moment. Again, winning trade no matter what. NVIDIA, winning trade no matter what. I'm going to trim up on MU. Also winning trade no matter what. And Apple, I think that might have done it for me. Just watching what it's doing right here. I didn't have a hard stop. It's just in this area. I want to get out. It continues to show strength above this 245.77. No bueno. Tesla trying to consolidate in that 416 range. A little bit concerning. If it decides to break lower, I mean, this thing could easily break the close and toilet. So Microsoft looking great again. That might actually be my next trade if I do one. Big winner today on NVIDIA, though. Heck, even MSTR, we had those nice ads on the way up. Just got out at that 359 and change. But just an awesome trade on MSTR, NVIDIA, MU. Tesla, though, has beat me up a little bit today. Not gonna lie.
Come on. Little pullbacks are fine.
It might do it for me on Apple, y'all. Oh, that's unfortunate. 1 for 9, Apple, my arch nemesis, even into 2025, kind of staying true to that, unfortunately.
Come on, Fubo.
Meta is just absolutely ripping today. Strong pullback, looked weak, played possum to the T, and just ran everybody over, squeezed them. All right, so right now we've got free trades on NVIDIA, MU, Apple for whatever crazy reason. I'm still barely hanging on. And we have this options play on Costco. I'll give it till Friday. If we get above the high of day, I'll dump it because I don't know what that'll be. Probably like minus $300 or so. So that'll be good enough for me to walk away. Meta looking great. Tesla looks incredibly sheepish right now. But worth noting, the Qs have tested 52672 a few times and is now consolidating there. So if we do get a push, we should rip higher to 529.96 would be the next target if you're bullish on these markets today. Into that 53317 would be the next like tentative area where a channel would be created if we decide to push that high. And it could very easily happen. We see that a lot of times the bulls are showing up in a post 12 o'clock typically. So keep an eye on the markets today in the afternoon. It's hard to say which one I made more money off of today, MU or NVIDIA. Because I was able to take way more size with MU, but they're about the same. So two wonderful trades on NVIDIA and MU today. Okay, Apple, you win. You win. That's too bad. Guys, Meta is now breaking out again. So it's interesting, like, we look at the red names right now. Healthcare space, consumer non-durables, so Procter & Gamble, Pepsi, Nike, names like this. Kind of to the downside. CEG up huge today. Apple now breaking out. Good news, we got out of the way. If only Tesla could do the same thing. as we finally got a new high of session on MU. Finally. Let me see what's going on with Costco here.
Now we got another stage up, and now I'm just sitting here at this little plateau with Fubo.
Scott, I'm gonna grab a water real quick. I'll be right back.
Yep, no doubt. Let's go. We got a good chance here. $4 right in front of us. They're just going sideways now.
All right, how we looking?
About the same, not much movement, not much more movement, but NVDA just broke out at the top.
Well, that's good news for us. We'll take it. I just look Meta. What look at this thing, just ripping now. MSTR back near the highs. So either Tesla is going to completely rip or just fall off a cliff. This 416 level, I'm telling you, is super, super important. It's been a huge level. I actually marked it exactly at 416.40. It's kind of like where I would see the most level of resistance. And we've seen it now. Try to stay above that with support, then get below it. And it's just kind of chopping around there. So, you know, definitely be cautious in this area. It could totally spike one way or the other, up or down. Meanwhile, NVDA, if I see anything in 152 coming up here, I'm going to be forced to take a little bit more off. In fact, you know what? That's close enough. Let me take a little bit more off of NVDA here. Nice winning trade. Need the risk off the table. And I'm going to do the same thing on MU. Okay. Yeah, so I don't know if I mentioned it, but yeah, Steve, I did get the TV. It's pretty nice. I'm not going to lie. We actually have it on a, instead of hanging it on the wall, we bought like this, it looks like a, almost like a stand that you would use for a nice piece of artwork. And it looks pretty nice.
What TV did you get, DVG?
I got so Steve was talking about, you know, all the TVs I have are Samsung TVs. So I'm an Android user, as you guys know, and wife is the Apple user. Obviously, I've got a laptop from Apple and a iPad, they're both great products. I just don't like you have to pay for all the storage and all that stuff. But anyways, so all my TVs are Samsung because they integrate with my phone, my smart home, and all this stuff. And I was talking about, you know, maybe get a new TV because technically we could use like 2 of them in the house, one in the living room and then one here in my office. So, but we keep going through like new TVs. Well, Steve had mentioned he got a new TV, the 85-inch, and I really wanted, you know, I'd love to have a 100-inch, whatever, but given kind of this new place, a 75-inch was plenty of TV. An 85-inch would have been amazing, but wife wasn't really having it because we went to go see them at Costco, and she's like, "Oh my God, the 85-inch is just massive," and I'm like, "Yeah, that's why it's great. We should totally get one." So anyway, we were chatting with Steve here in the community, and he's like, "Yeah, you should get it. They'll mount it for you and all this other stuff," and from Amazon. So I ordered it, and it got here like 2 days later. So we're able to watch it over the weekend. It's a nice TV, little 75-inch Neo QLED.
What brand is it?
Samsung.
Oh, yeah, okay, that's what you said.
So this is why I love this community. Mark mentioning nuclear related stocks up on tax credit. But yeah, and I don't know if you saw the pop on NEE. Just happened. NEE, VST, CEG. There's another one. I actually put a list of them together the other day because I think nuclear energy stocks are going to be the new oil stocks and I've always been a fan of Bloom Energy. They're not quite nuclear energy. They use like LNG or even hydrogen. But I own quite a bit of SMR and CCJ in my portfolio. And then more recently, added some NNE to my portfolio. Again, those are for like long-term holdings, so I'm not really trading them. But cue the disclaimer. And then Oklo is kind of one I've been keeping an eye on to see what they do. Because I prefer to trade BST and CEG because they're bigger movers, and I miss the big pop. So adding those to portfolio wouldn't be the worst thing, but I feel like I'd be paying a little bit of a premium to get involved right now. Yeah. Yeah, exactly, Seth. That is why Apple keeps punishing me. Yeah, man. Apple and I have a very contentious.
Maybe you should be more open to Apple.
I don't know, man. Maybe.
Better.
Maybe. It's hard to deny the fact. Look, it's always been one of the biggest names, biggest blue chip stocks like in the market, and it has been for a long time. I just have trouble with, I don't really think they're doing a whole lot of innovation. Like when you see what Samsung has done, I've had Androids for a really long time, but like a simple thing, like the widgets, Samsung has had widgets forever, or like the ability to drag and drop, similar applications, and then you can create a group. Samsung has had that forever, or Android, I should say. And like Apple just came out with it in one of their relatively newer phones, and I'm like, man, Android's been way ahead of that. So it's just kind of like, it makes me scratch my head a little bit. Like, look, I get it. It makes it really easy to use Apple products. But at some point, that nuance of kind of vertically integrated products, everyone's going to have it. Samsung's doing it. Google's doing it now with all the smart home stuff. Amazon's doing it with their smart home stuff. Yeah, I get it. If you had to choose who's the biggest phone name, it's going to be Apple, right? But if you go to Asia, it's Apple and behind Samsung. So I don't know. That's just me. Yeah, Ken, I'll give you that. I'll give you that. They do have a pretty good encrypted security framework.
Come on, Fubo. We got you now. 10 cents to go. You're not in. $4 is a great time to get in. I mean, this breakout could be substantial and could run quick.
By the way, shout out to those of you who have children, kids. We just had some kids rock up to the door. And I'll tell you this. So when I was younger, I was all about the hustle, whether it was door-to-door sales, it didn't matter what it was, mowing lawns, washing cars, selling. At one point, we were like selling candies door-to-door and stuff. Anyhow, we just had some kids show up to the door. And they were like, hey, we'll, get the snow out of your driveway, take the snow off your cars, for whatever you're willing to pay us, which is a total setup move, but brilliant. By the way, Scott, here comes Fubo. I hope it breaks out here.
Yep. Got this thing. I hope so too.
So of course, my wife comes down and she knows that I'm a sucker for those kind of things. And she goes, hey, I was going to pay the kids, $40. I'm like, what? $40? I was like, you know what? Give them 20 this time, and if they come by tomorrow, we'll give them 40. But like, it's pretty cool, Like they've got kids coming to work and hustle in the snow. Like I'm sure they're having fun while they're cleaning the cars and stuff. But you gotta love the hustle. You gotta respect it,
Is today a snow day?
Yeah. So rather than go to school or just stay home and play video games, they're out here trying to get money. And you ever see that? I know a lot of us have the no solicitation stuff on our doors. But man, if it's like a kid getting it, like, hey, I'll wash your car. Half the time I'm like, no, I'm good because I don't want scratches on the paint. But if they want to wash my wife's car, they can. Fubo.
Big time move. Yep.
Woo!
Big time move. Big share size, man. Hopefully I'm blessed with this up to 450. If we get 440, I'm not going to worry too much about it.
Scott's buying dinner.
Yeah, boy, I'll tell you what. Could buy a ton right now if it gets to 450.
Sometimes all it takes, man, one trade. Look at that volume, man. Look at it. Pick it up. Look at that.
Crazy.
Woo. That's 2 million there, 3 million, 3.5 million, 4 million, 6 million, 9 million. Oh my goodness. 13, almost 14 million shares in the last 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Go, baby, go. I'm glad we got out of the way of Apple. It decided to take off. Still barely hanging on to Tesla. It's just kind of limping around. So, Fubo, what a trade! Look at this thing go. You got partials ready to go, or are you just letting it ride to 450?
Yeah, 440 I'll start. 440 I'll start. Getting a little greedy up here, but I think you're looking at the volume, you're looking at the run rate. This thing is taking off.
Nice. That is awesome to see.
Yep.
What an incredible trade. I'd love to see that, Scott. I'd love that for you, man.
Yeah. Let's see if it gets up and goes here, though. I get nervous every tick, but at the same time, it's you got to stick with the plan.
Well, it's not every day you're rolling 20K shares, though, right?
No, I know. Yep.
That's what makes those kind of trades kind of fun, but also terrifying.
Yep.
I forget what it was. I had a similar one when it was down, I think at like $7 maybe, and nailed it for like, I want to say about 10,000 shares. And I was like sweating because it spiked up to like 850 in like a split second, and then started just jumping around. I'm like, oh man, like I gotta take partials. I gotta do something. Go Fubo, come on.
I think there's enough people following it. Hopefully, it'll continue to roll.
So what I'm finding kind of interesting, levels are being highly tested, respected, rejected, or supported. I'm kind of looking more broadly just at names. Like even, I'll use Meta as an example. We know 614.50 is a level, okay? It just gets barely above that. 614.75 rejects, tanks, right? Right back to yesterday's highs. That 606.5 area gets down to 605.62, so subtle undercut, and then just explodes to the upside. Apple, same thing. I really thought that 242.50 was going to be a reality for it, but no, it went down and tested what that area kind of looks like, and it's just turned to burn. Tesla, this 415 to 416 level, undercut it. Yeah, sure, but it undercuts by 1% and then turns around, and now it should take off because Apple's breaking out, Meta's breaking out, Nvidia about to break out, Microsoft kind of subdued, because we knew like this 430 level is a big level for Microsoft, 430 to 432. So we're seeing levels kind of get respected back before Jay Powell even said anything. And again, I think Scott's going to send me a Christmas bonus, a New Year's bonus.
Yeah, there you go. Let's go.
Yeah, Mark, appreciate you dropping those. Those are actually the names. So Aqua is the only one I don't have in my portfolio right now, but I'm keeping an eye on it. You know, I've been watching CEG and VST. I'd also add BE to that list. I think Enphase for solar might start to get some love soon, but I'm just not really convinced, to be honest, that they're gonna. I don't know how reliable solar is going to be, especially with, you know, people getting more concerned about weather and weather patterns. I mean, heck, the fact that we've got like, I don't know the exact measurement, but when I look outside, it looks like 2 foot of snow. I mean, it's piled on. It just hasn't stopped. So maybe it's closer to like 16 inches. I don't know how much it is, but it's definitely plenty of snow for overnight. And you have solar panels, no bueno. They take up a ton of area, don't really produce a ton of electricity unless you have like big farms, which, you know, they're majority of the time they're in like desert areas, Arizona, New Mexico, Nevada. There's definitely a use for them, but when you look at
Rocket ship, let's go.
Long-term consistent energy, nuclear is kind of hard to beat, and it's clean relative to the hazardous byproduct, obviously. But so here's a fun one. I was actually thinking about at some point. So all the batteries that we're making and everything, they're not easy to throw away, like at all. Very hard. So the hazardous materials and that waste, like what happens to that? Heck, even if you have to replace a core in a nuclear reactor, which is super, you know, it happens, but it's just not like you have to replace the rods every X period of time just to make sure that you're keeping maintenance on a nuclear reactor. But what do you do with that stuff? You can't just put it in the dirt because it'll corrode other things. So I know they have like cave systems they built where they put all this stuff. But here's what I'm thinking, curveball in the dirt. Since now we have reusable rockets that can go up into space, what if you take all that hazardous stuff and just, you know, blast it out there and have it never be seen? Kind of an interesting idea. Start polluting space. NVIDIA, 152. Let's go. Get up there.
Okay, now I'm starting to get a little itchy here. 430, come on.
Let's see. Jonathan said, I visited India 6 months. They're big users. Yeah, I imagine. You know, you got to figure too, Samsung's right there, headquartered in South Korea. So let's see. Check out Apple. Yeah, I know. Right when I get into it, it's like, oh yeah, hey, DBG's in the trade. Let's run them over. Just starting to snow on Long Island, right on. Well, yeah, Jim, exactly. Well, that's the point. I guess I'm kind of getting at. It's like at some point if it becomes super reliable, and it's hard to say super reliable when you've got that much, you know, that many torque vectors, you know, pushing straight up in the air, that much thrust, right? But if it does, like, that could be a problem. But I'm just thinking like the idea of what terrifies people right now about just, I think, any kind of energy is the level of pollutants. Like, yeah, solar, everybody's like, oh yeah, it's so green, but like to get rid of a solar panel you can't just throw it in the garbage. It's like a whole process to like recycle the stuff, break down the metals, separate everything, and then pollute, right? So it's not exactly a perfect science there. Whereas like core reactors, same kind of thing. They, like I said, they put them in like caves and stuff right now, like far away from a lot of folks.
Okay, traders, I'm going to come out of the Fubo trade here, right at this 420 area, and I'm going to come out 3/4 of the trade. It just came out of it right here. Don't like the way that it's reacting up here, but I'm going to leave just 1,000 shares now on this thing on Fubo. Maybe it hits the 450 range, but I'll tell you what, that was a hell of a trade this morning, and that obviously took care of the Tesla goof earlier this morning. Those of you that joined me at Fubo, 2 trades at the 350 mark, both equal size, really geared up for this move higher. Didn't get to 450, but that's okay. I'll tell you what, that is a awesome trade and just absolutely made my day. So 2 trades today, 1 loser, 1 big huge winner, and that's going to do it for me. So I will see everybody, including DVG, tomorrow on a Tuesday session here, right here in the 44 trading room. You know, we are growing with everybody that Aggie is bringing in from the TEFS side. Those of you that are coming in to join us here, we really appreciate that and appreciate all of our homegrown clients that come from YouTube and from word of mouth. We appreciate you. We're trying to grow this room this year. So anything that you can do, you tell your friends and family, come on in. We're gentle, we're focused, we're ready to rock and roll here for this year. It's going to be a great year here in the 44 trading room, and I'm looking very much forward to it. Evo, thank you, Scott, Leonel. DVG, brother, I'll see you tomorrow. Enjoy your day today, and God bless you all. Godspeed. Thank you for doing what you do. Talk to you then.
Right on, Scott. We'll see you tomorrow. Well, an awesome day for Scott. What a fantastic trade on Fubo. I mean, I took it pre-market when they first made the announcement. I made like a point, like $1.24. So I made on it. I was like, okay, that works. I didn't think it would get up to $4. So congrats to Scott for hanging in there and making that trade work. Meanwhile, we've got runners on NVIDIA. We have runners on MU. You got caught in the Apple trade. Unfortunately, it is what it is. It happens. This Costco put option trade, I'm still okay on it. I don't really mind hanging on to it just for a little bit longer. I don't like that it's pushing higher. The Tesla trade actually stopped me out at 413. So kind of unfortunate, and Tesla got me 3 times today. But the good news is we absolutely destroyed these trades on NVIDIA and MU. I mean, beautiful, beautiful trades. Really kind of helped save the day. But Tesla, you know, I'd say overall today was somewhat of a break even, maybe lost a little bit. I'll check it, you know, to be sure in my journal. But kind of like a moot point, I'd say a little bit today in Tesla. You know, entered, got like 4 or 5 points in a partial, then gave that back at it break even. And, you know, it's just kind of been a more or less break even trade on the day. MSTR though, brilliant. And I'm looking again more broadly, just Meta unstoppable. Truly, just an unstoppable move. And what's worth noting, you want to always identify positively correlated stocks versus negatively correlated stocks on, you know, if they're in those indices. So obviously we use SPY and Q a lot around here because you got basically Fortune 500 and you've got kind of big tech names, relatively speaking. But let's just say you're trading semis, for example. You can be keeping an eye on SMH. It's an ETF. And see which stocks. I mean, I think most of the semis, if not all the semis, are up today. No big surprise, but you know, CES is happening this week. Everybody's super excited about that. Thursday, markets will be closed in honor of our late Jimmy Carter president in the States. Guys, glad we got out of the way of Tesla. Look at that thing. Just falling off the cliff now. So side note, I'm starting to fill up my calendar for January for those of you who talked about like one-on-one mentoring and what that entails. So I'm looking to start booking out January here. Technically, I have like one. So I usually take on like three mentees at a time. I've got one spot open right now. But the reality is, I know a couple of you were like, "Hey, can I just spend an hour with you, whatever, and review what we got going on?" Fine, but ideally for stuff like that, it's kind of like at least if we spend like a week together, or in the course of like 2 weeks. So I'm trying to figure out what makes the most sense for some of the stuff, because fundamentally, like again, we all have different styles of trading. We all have different ways of looking at not only charts but macro news, etc. So, and if you want to take a trade, just go opposite of me on Apple, because every time I try to short that thing, I get run over. But truth be told, like trying to do some of that, seeing if it's helpful. So if you guys are interested, shoot me an email, tvg@44trading.com. I don't know if Scott's taken on any mentees at the moment, but trying to come up with ideas to, like, say, for example, like a weekend session, if we were to take the time and go, hey, like, I don't know, maybe it's like $49 or something. Hop in over the weekend. It takes time, etc. So we want to make sure it's worthwhile for us to share kind of content, etc. If it's worthwhile, if that's of interest as well. Let us know. So now, if you reach out to Clifton, it'll kind of give you a heads up. It is definitely for members only at the moment. So if you are part of the community, then great. Mark, you took Fubo with Scott? Right on. Very cool. Oh, cool. Right on, Mark. Heck yeah. Yeah, those kind of trades are fun though too. If you could hit it for like 10, 20,000 shares. I mean, heck, even 5,000 shares. If your average size, let's say, is, I don't know, anywhere from 100 to 1,000 shares, and you hit something like a Fubo for 10,000 shares, man, it does make it exciting and somewhat terrifying if you're not used to trading that size. So congrats, Mark. It's awesome. Guys, look at Tesla now falling off the cliff. Shake out the retail traders, and then here come the institutions, just come and snap it up. What happened on Meta this morning? I have to get out my protractor to figure out what the level of incline is on that Meta chart right now. But if it's greater than 45 degrees, that's institutional buying, 100%. And I would say Meta is slightly of a bigger angle at the moment than 45 degrees. I suppose it depends how you look at it. Well, it's all over for Tesla, it looks like, today. Glad we got out of the way, respected our stop loss, got out of the, no need to give back money for no reason. Costco gets above 929. I'll dump my the put options I have on it. I still think they're kind of playing some games. It's a low volume stock, anyways. So on the one hand, yeah, limits high. People are looking around, just buying everything at the moment. I'm okay with hanging on to that one for a little bit. Guys, be careful of a subtle pullback here in the Qs. Watch that 52672 level. If we break that, we might actually get a legitimate pullback to around 525, or I should say 524.50. If you see that retest for whatever reason, we may not even go that low of a cut, but if we do, and we bounce off 524.50 area, so call it 524.45, kind of in that range. We bounce there, get long everything. If we break that though, we're now cutting back into that 50% retrace from the day that Jerome Powell blew up the market. Last year. Can't believe I could say it's last year, but yeah, it was last year. I'm going to give it a few more minutes here. I'm going to step away. I'll put the kettle on, make some tea. But I will be back. So give me just a moment, guys. Keep an eye on those cues. Again, levels that you should mark: 52672 was a previous all-time high. Also 52996, kind of above that. If that's the channel we may end up in. We break below 52672. Keep an eye on 52450. I should be back. I don't know. Give me like 5 minutes or so. I'm gonna put the kettle on, make some tea. Be back in a sec. All right. Back. What do we keep an eye on right now? Let's take a look at markets. What's Google doing? Google, Amazon. Google looks great. Amazon. Google actually has a shot over 200 today. All-time high, 202.88. Could be interesting. And market's kind of chopping around sideways. Look, we mentioned the levels here on the Qs. Obviously, we're keeping an eye on names like a Tesla, where there's a ton of potential up or downside. So I'll be keeping an eye on that. Obviously, we took 3 total trades. One which was, somewhat of a payout, kind of break even on the day. MSTR coin, similar. So we'll keep an eye on coin as well. I like NEE. Even with this drop on NEE, it could be interesting on the utility side. Oh yeah, give me one sec, Seth. Let me see if y'all can see my screen here in a moment. Should be up. So there's NNE, nuclear, and NEE, utility. So right here at this yellow line, this is kind of my green light. So I may actually start building a position here. Big drop, maybe a pop to 72. So keep an eye on that one. But NNE obviously bigger winner on the nuclear energy side. Oops. Keep an eye on Meta as well. This thing is absolutely ripping. Tesla, it's got to do, like, it's at the close right now, but like I don't really want to go long. Like, the fact is, if you're to go long here, you're basically 1-to-1 because you've got to risk what, 3 points, and you're looking for at least 3 points in the upside. So you could argue there's more room to the upside, but it would be a nibble off of this close. So nibble to the upside, add over this 413 level. You'd have to get over 416.40 now. So it's a little bit risky now on Tesla. Definitely favoring the downside. Coin kind of similar. I still think the Qs have a shot at pulling back. Kind of this 524. Kind of in this area. And it's not really too big of a pullback. We've got maybe 0.5%. Wouldn't be bad for markets. Big run up in the last couple days, right? I'll keep Costco here for a second. So Costco over 429. I'll dump my my position, so I'll mark that as well. There. because it's with options, I'm just playing IV on this basically at this point. Let's pull up meta. Oh, it's already there. This thing just, I mean, it was a miss. Right here, I had this level marked, which I think is funny. So 614.53 level, we got to 75, pulled back. You know, literally I could have gotten right here and taken it for 8 points, but instead we were focused on Tesla. So it is what it is. A lot of green in the market right now. Looking at names like Lilly, not doing too well. Could be an opportunity to start buying stuff like this down here. I think the growing DOGE, the Department of Government Efficiency, being run by Elon, there's going to be names like this that have a pretty significant impact. So LMT, NOC, RTX, probably, even with growing conflicts in, say, other regions. I think these names are going to suffer a little bit. So LMT is kind of in my shopping list around 460, maybe 450. So definitely has room that low. So keeping an eye on that in the next, I don't know, month or so for some longer term swing trades. Home Depot, worth noting, we do have earnings coming up for KB Homes, I believe on Thursday after the close, even though Thursday markets will be closed, but they're supposed to announce on Thursday. So keep an eye on names like HD, Lowe's, Toll Brothers, and BX. Okay, so based on how KB Homes does on new home sales, etc., that'll have a determining factor there, as well as names in the banking space. So names like JP Morgan, look at names like Citi, heck, look at names like Capital One. There we go, COF. So keep an eye on those names as we get to Thursday. Hey guys, good news. Swing trade, partial. Had it out there for 150 on CVX. Got paid on that. I don't count that as my day trade stuff though, but good news. Nice little swing trade. 143 at 145 at a 147. Got paid at 150. Not a bad trade. So same principle applies. Actually, I'm going to put the Qs up here. QQQ, and I'll put Tesla right here. Why not? Let's put coin here for now. And of course, Apple. I'll get that strong push. I mean, I got out like right there, 45.88. But still, now we're kind of back in that area. So what I think is kind of interesting, so you have names like this. So you've got XLY, consumer discretionary, right? What would you think are consumer discretionary type stocks? I think we're going to lose discretionary funds, personally. So I figure we've got a potential run up until new administration. We talked about tariffs versus strong dollar versus weak dollar last week or so. Can we curb inflation? I don't know. We'll see. But a lot of that's going to be decided in the next, call it, month on what that looks like. So I think right now we maybe get this run up, we get some chop for the next month, kind of left, right, center, finding some balance in some of these names. But we're already seeing what's happening with the dollar pairs. We saw some incredible strength last week, which had a kind of negative correlation to markets. And then a weaker dollar actually pushed markets higher. So it's kind of an interesting paradigm. It's a little bit different than normal. So I think ever since COVID, things kind of changed. It's actually the first time. I mentioned Ray Dalio. If you ever read his book or even some of his YouTube stuff, but he talks about it in the beginning of his career. He saw something happen and he thought, price of gold was going to plummet, and the opposite happened. It was a huge lesson learned for him. And similarly, I remember when COVID happened, I got out of most of my positions, shorted for a portion of it, made some money on the downside, and then, if I'm not mistaken, I think it was right when the dip bounce happened. So it was like March 13th, maybe, or 24th, something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head, but it was like literally almost right when the bottom was put in, and managed to buy that dip on names like Bloom Energy. I bought it at $3.03. I think it got to 301. It's all-time low. So it was definitely a learning experience for me too, because I thought markets for sure were just going to nonstop tank. But what we found out then, and what we're learning now, is inflation has a positive impact on markets, which in turn debase the currency. So take that for what it's worth. So here's another fun one. So we talk about positive and negatively correlated stocks. Anybody, would you say this is positively correlated to the Qs or negatively correlated? I should say, which one is negatively correlated to the Qs? No takers? It's no wrong answer. So you think there's a negative correlation, Paul, from the Qs to Meta? I would say it's Tesla. So you've got the Qs that are up 1.5%. You've got Meta that's up 2.7%. This is way above VWAP. This is still holding above the VWAP. Meanwhile, Tesla down 0.75%, almost 1%, under the VWAP, under the 200, under the 55, under the 22, under the 12. Like, it's tanking. But the Qs still positive, right? So when you're looking for, I'll give you an example. The reason why I say it's negatively correlated is when you see a red candle in the Qs, you're more than likely going to see one in Tesla. When you see a green candle in the Qs and you still see a red candle on Tesla, there's your negative correlation. Now, again, it's also worth noting if you're marking levels, like we know 410 is a level on Tesla, we know 405 is a level on Tesla, we know 402 is a level on Tesla. So there's different areas, right, that could have, like, maybe we're just, the bulls are waiting for people to sell and freak out, get retail traders trapped, and then spike the ball, move it higher. That said, the opposite is true here on Meta. So as we were going up, Meta was going up. As Qs were coming down, Meta went sideways and moved higher. So I would say it's tightly knit to the Qs. Coin, a little less, somewhat negatively correlated, but while it's still weak, you see how this, you go green here, you're getting some green here. And you could argue it with Tesla, but Tesla's super volatile. But if you notice, like when we had a pullback here, right? Look how big the pullback is. You can see my cursor on both screens, right? So look, right here is a small pullback, somewhat sideways pullback, right? In this area, but look what Tesla did. Put in new lows right down here. So there's your negative correlation. Now, if you see a positive correlation happen, aka Tesla goes from here to above the VWAP in one move while the Qs put in, a subtle green candle, that's when you know you have a positively correlated stock to your Qs and your push is going to get stronger, amplified. If that makes sense. So essentially, I'll give you the two examples. You see Tesla closed the gap here to about 417 in one move while the Qs go up to, like, I don't know, maybe here, 527, 46. So Qs go up 0.1% and this goes up, let's call it 2.5%. You now have a boomstick coming, more than likely. Because you're taking out all of this liquidity right here. So all that pressure that's buying down, people are saying, nah, we want it. Bulls are taking over and it takes off. So that's where, like, if you wanted to go long on Tesla in that example, here's your nibble point, right? You know that, this is 410, big level for Tesla. But your stop is 3 points and you're looking for at least 6. So you're getting a 2-to-1 trade there. Assuming that you get a positively correlated move, which right now you don't. So it's a risk. So I would say, like, on that trade, is that a checkbox of a great trade? No. It's a checkbox of a risky trade. Trying to buy it here at the bottom. Coin right here off the 200, decent bounce. It did the same thing at 526.72. We knew that was a level on the Qs. We bounced. So now we're protecting this level and trying to trade within this channel. If you guys can see it, where's this thing? Here it is. So here's your channel now. Now you could do this, right? And I think that's where, oops, if I could close it, there we go. So, like, I think we're gonna probably go sideways a little bit. Maybe we take a dip down to this level. And then if we bounce back through this channel, we take off. Again, no guarantees on what it looks like, but that's kind of what I'm envisioning markets may end up looking like. And who knows, maybe this dip is a little bit sooner just because we've already kind of consolidated in this zone. So maybe it looks a little bit more like this. Obviously this could be drag it out for a period of time, but I wouldn't be surprised if we go here, break this level, identify the VWAP's probably going to be around this area, tag this, reject, hit that 50% retrace, and then just launch. If bulls want to continue to have control. We're looking at last trend. Okay. Yeah, I mean, well, on the day, right? So this is pre-market, all this colored stuff, and then this is what's going on for the day. So yeah, if you put it this way, if you wanna, I don't want to call it gamble, but we will call it that on Tesla. You go long here, your stop is at the low of day. That said, I think this thing's got a bigger shot of going lower, Tesla, than it does going higher. I'm tempted to almost leave this up to see how close this chart looks. Even if I expand it, you know what I mean? Like, it could easily span 4 hours. I think the concept is the same, though. If we end up breaking up to the top of this channel and then we have a hard rejection, then that's even kind of more of a proof point to get bullish if we bounce. Side note, we did get a $100 print on MU, so I'm going to take a little bit more off of that trade. Okay. Overall, pretty green day. I'm gonna walk away, I think, for the day. But I appreciate y'all. We'll be here tomorrow. Trade safe. I'm actually gonna keep this up. Just to see how off this is. I think there's two options. Can I draw another one? Maybe. I can. So here's kind of option 2. So in this area. All right. Okay, the one pink. Oh, yeah. So we have two different potential trends. We'll call this blue, I guess, okay? Cyan, here we go. All right. So I don't know. Which one do you guys think it's going to be, the pink one or the cyan one? No wrong answer, but I'm kind of curious. And again, this might span over the course of the rest of the day, but these are kind of the levels that I'm watching, right? Like, if we're going to bounce, then we go here. Because then the real alternative is, it looks like this. Here, I'll draw another one. It looks like this. I'm going to color that one red. All right, so there's your 3 options. Shout out to you, Mark. But yeah, if you guys, I mean, I'd say it's one of these 3 directional moves. I really do think it's going to look more like this pink one, the pink or cyan one. But if this breakdown happens, we'll be ready for it. So if you guys want to cast a vote, go for it. But that's all good if you don't. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. Appreciate y'all. Trade safe. I'll be keeping an eye on markets. Watching costs go up to the 929 area. I don't mind hanging on to that trade because, like I said, it is via options till the end of the week. So if I lose out on that trade, I lose what, $900? Yeah, about $1,000. That's fine by me. So we'll see how that plays out. Fubo now moving up to 444, looking great. I don't really want to take a hero trade on Tesla to wrap up the day. We already lost 3 times on it, so 3 strikes, you're out. I'm going to stay away from Tesla. But I will be keeping an eye on Meta. With that, see you guys tomorrow. Cheers. God bless.